Hi, everyone. I had to take the extra few minutes because I was so nervy. I was literally shook and shaken. But hello, everyone. How are we doing today? And welcome to Sprint. I haven't done these in a hot second, but we are back. Hi. Let a girl know if you can hear and see me fine because I was having a little bit of an issue behind the scenes, but hopefully everything's okay on you guys' end. So let a girl know in the chat. And what are we going to be reading today? We're going to be here for around 5 hours. So I'm on Central Time right now. So from 5 to 10 p.m. is the vibe. So we'll be here for a hot second reading together. And I hope you guys are excited. So hi, welcome. As you guys know, just as a little bit of a story time before I get into the chat, as you guys would know, I stopped sprinting 2 years ago. It's almost been 2 years, which is kind of crazy. And I did so for many a reason. I did it because I was continuously overwhelmed. I was starting to burn out with sprints, and it sort of got really heavy for me to the point where it just became a very unhealthy habit with how long I was doing them, how many I was doing them, and I wasn't really finding that equilibrium, so to say, that balance that I really needed. And so I had to stop just for mental health reasons, and I have been sprinting sporadically for readathons that we do every 4 months. And so I have been doing that and it's been good. But I feel like every time I've done a readathon sprint, I have been damn, it just reminds me of how much I've missed it and have missed chatting with you guys consistently. And that used to be such a big part of, I think, the community aspect of things, and I miss that. I've been missing that for a while, and I feel because mental health got really tough there for a second, kind of had to take a step back progressively from a lot of things, and I was you know what? I think restarting the sprint situation will be really, really cool to reconnect with everybody and talk to everybody in the way that we used to and read our books together. I this year have been enjoying reading more than I have in a hot second. So I feel it's been quite good. Knock on wood, not trying to jinx it, but it's been quite good. I feel I know I've been, for the most part, really loving everything that I've been reading this year, and that's been a really essential part of, I guess, this transformative moment, we could say. It all sounds so dramatic. It feels kind of monumental in a way. And so I feel this feels right, just based on how much I'm enjoying books right now and how much I've missed talking to you guys like this. And there's that. Hi, welcome. The plan for now, just as a little side note, is to do these once a month, every month, and then on the months where we do have readathons, so every 4 months, it'll be 3 times a month, counting the 2 sprints for the readathon. And if I ever feel like doing more, then we'll go, but I definitely don't want to overcommit and then not be able to deliver because things get chaotic. So that's where we're at. I'm trying to keep it realistic for me, but I also want to make sure that we're all having a good time, myself included. So I hope we're all happy. I hope we're all looking forward to it, and we're here. So hi. Yes, I will be reading, as you can see on the screen, I'll be reading 7 Days in June. I am 100 pages. Well, that's a lie. I logged it as 100 pages on Goodreads because I wanted to say 100 pages. I'm technically 99 pages in, but for technicalities, there are many a thing. So, I'm about to start chapter 10 in these sprints, and Lord knows, maybe I'll finish this, because honestly, it's so freaking good. I don't know why I haven't read this sooner. Sooner? Yes, Mel, sooner. I've owned this for quite a while now, and so I have been really enjoying every second of this. I think the dynamics between Ava and Shane are so interesting, and the angst and the tension is all been very, very good. So I've been enjoying literally every second of this so far, and it's super easy to just fly through. So maybe I'll be able to finish that during these sprints. I do have a plan. I do have a plan. So if I finish this, I'll be starting, please hold, I've got it like right here. So if I finish 7 Days in June, I'll be starting out Rage of Dragons, but don't know. Don't know what my reading pace will be today. So it could be fast, it could be slow, like Lord knows. I take it day by day. So there's that. But if anything happens with this one that if I finish it, I do have another book on standby just in case. But yes, let a girl know what you guys are reading. Let me like scroll up and like see what the vibes are. By the way, I'm not using StreamYard anymore, so the comments won't show up on screen in the same way they used to. I have it pinned on the chat as well. But like that was another one of the switches I really wanted to make sure that I did just for me. Because also the chat can be quite distracting on StreamYard just because it's massive. And so I was like, you know what? Let me just do it on OBS. I have a lot more liberties on OBS as well, which is just like quite nice. So I'll be reading the chat here, but nothing will be showing up on screen. Just my beautiful face if I just said so myself. Visuals and audio is good on my end. Okay, fantastic. You're reading 7 Days in June right now. I'm so happy about that. How are you enjoying it? Please say you're enjoying it. It's very, very good. Okay, everything's fine, all good. Watching a movie and reading Order of the Phoenix. I'm hoping for an amazing chill time for Mel and everyone in the chat. I'm hoping so too. Hello from California. Hello from Panama. Hello. Going to be reading lessons in chemistry primarily and also Star Wars trilogy if I feel like switching. I am finishing Chain of Thorns. Pray for me. How are you enjoying it? I started that when I got it and I have not made any progress with it. I think I got like 80 pages in. Am I the only one that feels like Cassandra Clare didn't write this book? Is that like a weird thing to say? Maybe. But I started and I was like, what's going on? This doesn't feel quite right. So I don't know. But I haven't been wanting to like pick it back up and like continue with it. So kind of like at this weird limbo of like, what the hell do I do with it? So I haven't read more. Also, I don't really like road trip stories. And everybody right now is like on a road trip. Like on a mission, and I'm like, I don't really love that. How are you? Thank you for asking. I am doing good. Last week, not so good. I mean, I've been very vocal about it, specifically on the podcast as well. I'm an anxiety ridden girly on top of everything else happening mental health wise. Last week, the anxiety, not that good, but this week, we're doing better. I've been taking magnesium. It's been helping. We're doing good. And so there's that. Haven't done these in a hot second. Also us on Patreon sprinting every day this week. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you ever want like a lot of sprints, Patreon is always the way to go. We've been sprinting every day for a week and a half now. I don't know. It's a lot. Hello, Sammy. Long time no see. Yes, 5 hours. Not, it's already 11 p.m. Listen, I don't know if every single sprint will be like Fridays, or if maybe I'll like switch it up depending on how I'm feeling. So maybe at some point we'll do some that are better for like the international peeps as well, because I know typically when it's like, late into the afternoon, my time, it's like difficult for some parts of the world to join. Plot twist. I'm not reading a Sanderson on your sprints, reading a Master of Jin, but we do love the fantasy books. Reading The Miraculous Journey of Edward Tulane. I love this book. I am rereading almost halfway through Miss Addie LaRue, and I'm absolutely loving it so far. That brings me so much joy. Just going to start reading, I love how I make up words as I read comments. My brain just rearranges things, and I'm like, yeah, the gist is there, but the whole thing is different. Anyways, yes, starting Red Queen, and this is my first time doing one of these. Welcome. Crescent City, kind of confused but thriving. Listen, I hope it clears up for you. I have always said that Crescent City is like one of those weird books that like starts out very like plot focus and then becomes character focus and then goes back to the plot. The pacing's a little bit all over the place, but hopefully it gets better. Priority today is Once Upon a Broken Heart, and tomorrow times 3. Hopefully you get get a good ways into Once Upon a Broken Heart. Surprisingly, for I think many of us, I loved it. I really, really enjoyed it. Late on this read, but I'm reading a strange, oh god, I always struggle with this word, Yes, for the Bargainer series. Hello, Brandy. Anyone reading Amina al-Sirafi? Anybody let Aileen know in the chat? But I would probably assume that a lot of people have picked that up quite recent. So glad you've been having such a good reading year. I'm also very glad about that. I feel like it just putting my enjoyment of books on top of anything else happening has been like key. And also just like taking it slow. Like, there are books that have gone by very fast for me, some other books that have gone by very slow. Literally been reading Tomorrow times 3 for what feels like ages, and it's because it's been ages. But you know, like some books slow, some books are faster, and for the most part, everything's been like between a 4 and a 5 star. So there's that. It's been good. Hello, Carla. Also missed you guys. Hello, Han. Not sure if I can stay long, but just wanted to pop in and say hello. Yeah, no, that's definitely like my slogan for 2023 is just like prioritizing mental health, and just like make sure that I'm okay so that everything I do kind of like reflects that. And I feel like when I've been at my worst, like mental health wise, it's when I get really in like the throes of like I need to read a lot and like I need to film a lot and edit a lot and like upload a lot and do all these different things. And it's been bad in the past, but that's why this year I'm like, whenever I'm not feeling my best, I'm just like, okay, like today we're not doing anything. Like it's fine to not read, it's fine to not film, it's fine to not edit. And so it's difficult sometimes because I feel like the mindset that's like continuously being pushed is to like grind and like do all these different things and to like always be doing something, which is great. And if it works for some people, then like that's awesome. But I think for me, it's becoming increasingly important to just like, you know, like take it slow and like take my time. I feel like 2023 has been a lot about that, but it's been good. I'm either continuing Spite House or finally starting Assassin's Blade. Listen. Maybe we can finish Spite House today and then make... Well, I actually... Let me not say that so confidently. I don't know how long Spite House is, but maybe we could read a little bit of both. Hello, Jenny. Hope you're having a good day. I have. It rained today, so like it was kind of cozy. I did watch Love is Blind this morning. Horrified. Like these people just continuously find ways to horrify me. Like it's actually pretty alarming how every single Netflix reality TV show centered around finding love in a relationship and marriage, they manage a way every time to find the worst people. I'm like, where are the good ones? Where are the, like, genuinely speaking, like, where are the good ones? It is a pretty alarming. Oh, the chat just jumped all the way to the bottom. Love that. See, this is why I'm saying, like, I appreciate everybody in the chat, but like sometimes it's overwhelming. If the chat jumps, signal from the skies. I'm just gonna read whatever I see. Currently sitting on the blanket in my backyard because it is so nice out. Oh, I love that. I feel like I need to do that more. I've been trying to, also just for like mental health, like go out to like, you know, like, I mean, go out to coffee shops in general to like, you know, change the scenery and the pace, but also to go up to my rooftop and just like breathe in like fresh air. And anytime I do it, it's like everything. And I always stay up there and I like read. Like, it's like, because I have no distractions. I'm like reading like 100, 200 pages of a book. I feel like I need to like take advantage of that more. Because anytime I hear people say like, oh my God, I'm outside with like my cup of tea and I'm like reading, I'm like, that sounds so peaceful. I don't know why I like continuously like, I guess like deprive myself of those things. But anytime I do it, it's awesome. So I feel like I need to do that more. Listen, Patreon sprints for the win. It's always super helpful to get stuff done. That's why I love sprints in general. I'm like, I know, because I know for me, much like I'm sure a lot of people in the chat, like I kind of struggle sometimes when I don't have sprints because my attention span is just like everywhere. So it's a good way to kind of redirect all of the energy into it. Sounds about right regarding sprints. Listen. Hello, Tanya. Love your podcast. I'm so glad you do. I mentioned it before in the podcast, but I was like giving it, you know, so many roundabouts of like why not to do it, and then I was like, you know what, but I've been wanting to do it for a while, and so there's that. It felt like the right time to do it, and I've been loving it. So it's really nice to just like chill and I guess like have more candid conversations, much like sprints. I feel like sprints are also some of those like spaces where it's like easy to just like chat instead of having it be like just about like the books. Well, I mean, it's still about the books because we're reading, but I think in a video, it's kind of hard to sometimes put those things in. And so the conversations that take place are pretty great. Starting There Goes the Neighborhood. I'm in the biggest lump ever. Maybe this will help. Maybe so. Just rejoined Patreon. I'm so excited. Welcome back. Hello from Brazil. It's about 7 p.m. here. Ooh, reading Aragon. Currently reading Scars Like Wings. So happy you're back. I remember under 1K sub Friday's Friends. It has been a long time. And listen, it was like a really great way to connect with people, I think, especially because of like the landscape of the world, which was quite scary. I think it was a quite great escapism to find people that like also read and just like spend time together. I think it carried all of us through some very tough times. And so I'm glad that we're back. It's 8 a.m. here in Australia, so this timing is perfect for me. Not it's only 1 a.m. here. Only? That's a little bit concerning. Reading Empire of Storms, almost finished. Is this your first time reading it? Because that one's painful. Hello from New York. I had to take a break. Tomorrow times 3 is emotionally intense. Yeah, I am... What page? I literally have it right here next to me, too. I think just... I refuse to finish this book because I don't want it. Oh my god, I just knocked myself in the head. Anyways, I keep it next to me because I'm like, I want the comfort of this book because I've been loving it. At the same time, I don't want to finish it because I don't want to be like, I don't want it to be over. I am, how many pages into this? 102 pages into it. I thought I was 120 pages into it. I guess not. I'm 102 pages into this, and I just know this book is gonna break my heart, which is why I also don't want to finish it. I don't think I've ever experienced this with a book where I'm just like, I don't want it to be over, so like I'm just not picking it up. I feel like I typically am like, need to know what happens. Not with this one. I don't want to know. Because honestly, so far, I've already gotten emotional like so many times. I do not trust this book to not make me an emotional wreck by the end of it, so... We'll see what happens when we get there, but it's always sitting right next to me on the desk because I'm just like needed there for some reason. We're in House of Sky and Breath, Wordsmell. At the moment, going to be continuing Harrow and Knitting. Just got out of a depressive episode, so need some self-care in the form of an emotional fave list, and I hope it gets better. I know all about it, and it can be quite difficult, so I hope, you know, you're taking your time. Self-care is great, and hopefully you've got some really great people in your life to talk about this with. Support systems are really important. Not you asking me if you should sleep. My answer is always yes. I've been prioritizing sleep a lot. Sometimes it doesn't happen because of insomnia. Sometimes it does. Listen, it's a toss-up. But yeah, I would say at 11 p.m. I'm already clunked out. Like 10:30 for me is like the max. Like I just, yes. Do you have any Easter plans? No. I mean, for this weekend, not really. I'm just like catching up with some things like work-wise I need to do. Just like pre-filming, pre-editing some videos. I am traveling next week, so I feel like maybe those are my Easter plans. But yeah, I've just been like prepping things, and that's the plan for now. Prep and then hop on a plane. Reading Hex, a book where a modern day witch time travels to visit a witch on 15. See, I've heard of Hex, but I just have not heard the synopsis. Before she gets hanged. That sounds interesting. Is it like, what is it? Is it a horror? Is it literary fiction? Is it, what are the vibes? Is it, I mean, it's fantasy, obviously, but I've got questions. Hello from Argentina. Hello from Panama. Not DNF, more 5-star reads. Listen, I support the DNFs, and I have to remind myself that when I'm not enjoying a book, it's okay to DNF. See, I'm glad for the reminder, because if it were not for you guys on Patreon, I would not have DNF'd Queen of Myth and Monsters. Listen. She's a mess. What's new? Reading How to Be A's by Rebecca, Burgess, yes, which will be quick. So next is TBD. Me trying to figure out what book that is. TBD. I feel like I know what... Somebody's gonna debunk this in the chat, and I'm gonna be like, oh, I do know that book, and I own it, probably. Hello, Bella. Hello, Jamie. I got my Reading Fuel mug. No, not it was broken. I hope that Bonfire can replace it, and that they can get that sorted out. Just finished the second Bergman Brothers book. It was cute. I think I'm going to finally read A Curse of Dark and Lonely. After this sprinting week, loving getting my daily dose of Mel. Glad I made to this sprint. It's my first live one. Well, welcome. Currently reading Truly Devious. Now I'm scared to read that book. No, don't be. It's a really, really good book. If we're talking about Tomorrow times 3, then it's a really good one. I've been binge reading Solo Leveling. I've been hearing a lot of people talk about this one. Maybe I should check it out. I feel like I'm currently on my withdrawal period from Spy Family because I have to wait till October. Need to find like a good like graphic novel / manga to like read. I'm on volume 4 now. Just finished Once Upon a Broken Heart. Can't wait to start the next one. Yeah, I borrowed it from Libby because I need to know what happens. Like a wolf raised its head and it smiled, and it's living here rent free, and I need to know. I need to know. That's out of context. That makes no sense. If you've read Once Upon a Broken Heart, then you know. I need to know what happens. So I do have the Ballad of Never After on my iPad to read sometime soon. How long is it going for? 5 hours. Reading Daughter of the Pirate King and studying for an anatomy test. Hopefully the test goes well. Currently reading Arsenic and Adobo, and for manga, I am reading How to Treat Magical Beasts. Oh, that sounds super cool. Tomorrow times 3, page 173, and the entire chapter 4, both sides. Heads up warning! I'm scared. I'm scared. We'll see when we get there. I wish I was a morning person. 10:30 p.m. is when my creativity is peaking. So annoying. Yeah, no. By 9 p.m., if I'm like on the couch, I'm fading. It's like certified. She's just not functioning anymore, which is why typically when I'm reading on like the afternoon night, that's when like sprints come in handy for me, because otherwise I will literally open my book and my head will start dancing. So I genuinely have to rest right now where I'm like, it's time. And sometimes it's way too early, but I'm like, it's time. And yeah, my body at 6:30 a.m. in the morning, but it's always between 6 and 7:30. That's like my hour and a half of like, it's a toss-up, but I always wake up in that time frame every day. It's just, even if I want to wake up late, it just not happen. So both a curse and a blessing, some would say. My copy of 7 Days in June has not arrived yet, and there's no date, but I'm excited. I hope you enjoy it when you get it, because it's quite good so far. Where am I in the chat? I don't know what I'll be reading yet. Listen, if you need help, let us know. Will you read One Piece? See, here's my thing. One, it's very long. The idea of committing to something that long is quite intimidating. As somebody who is the resident I suck at reading series, I'm quite concerned with me starting that and never finishing it, because it's quite a commitment, first of all. And so there's that. And then second of all, I don't really like stories set out at sea and like stories with pirates. I don't know. I can watch it visually. When it comes to books, not like the thing I love the most, you know? So I'm just like trying to figure out, because it sounds interesting in a way and like people really love it. But I'm like, is it for me? Like, is it something I would enjoy? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I will. So I kind of go back and forth with the idea of it, but it's so long. Help, I'm struggling. Want to finish the Sunbury Trials, but also start Ballad and start Moriarty Volume 4, but also Spy Family Volume 4. Okay. I think, in my personal, professional opinion, manga's pretty fast to read. So I would say probably Spy Family Volume 4 and Moriarty Volume 4. Feel like, depending on how fast you read, could finish those in a sprint or 2. And once you knock those out of the way, you can finish Sunbearer Trials. I feel like, you know, like, get through the short ones, get through the things you need to finish, and then Ballad of Never After. Don't be like me. I keep starting things and not finishing them, so don't be like me. I don't recommend. Although, if you want to be chaotic, Ballad of Never After is probably a good choice. Alternating between If We Were Villains and The Yellow Wallpaper. Oh my god, I meant To Be Decided. Oh, you're good. I don't know where the first part of that comment is, but yes, I hope we can decide. I'm starting all the books this month and not finishing them. Listen, I've done that too. Major mood reading happening while trying to do readathons. Yeah, no, and that's why readathons are super difficult for me, because I'm not a planner when it comes to reading. It's like, I can try, It just won't happen. And so whenever I'm thinking of like readathons, it's just like, I can't do it. I can't do prompts. Even if I can just like pick out something like Willing, I feel like it limits the things I can pick up. Anyways, that said, felt you on the mood reading because I'll be reading one book and then I'll look at another and I'm like, It literally reminds me of the song they're using on TikTok for the Pedro Pascal edit. Like, hey, sexy lady. I'm like, that's me when I see a new book. I'm like, what's wrong? And I just start it and then nothing's wrong and then everything's wrong again. Now my computer randomly opening a Barnes and Noble tab. Is the universe trying to say something? Just started reading We Hunt the Flame. Love it so far. I absolutely love We Hunt the Flame. So I hope that by the end you love it. DNFing is okay. Yeah, no, I highly encourage it. I always say DNF is self-care. Been DNFing books so much recently and it has seriously been amazing. I made it one of my goals for 2023, so that's keeping me determined to DNF anything anytime I feel like it. Yeah, I think it's hard sometimes because my fatal flaw is I'm curious. It's a good thing and a bad thing, but I'm like, I kind of want to see how it ends. And sometimes looking up a spoiler is not satisfying enough. And so sometimes I want to finish it, but I just have to remind myself it's not going to be worth it. If at 50% the book is just not good, the chances are it's not going to get better. So I need to continuously remind myself of that. Currently reading The Only Survivors, and it's so good. When you get accustomed to DNFing, it is so amazing. See, I used to not have issues with DNFing, and now I'm like, I need to finish everything. No, I don't. I don't know. What do you suggest to read after Eva Evergreen in adult fantasy? Ooh, like a witchy book, you mean? Or can it be anything? I've got questions. Currently reading The Final Empire. I think that's the name in English. Yes, it is. El Imperio Final de Sanderson. Yes, ma'am. The Final Empire. Spy Family. Listen, that's always my vote. It's literally amazing. I did see that Little Thieves has a sequel coming out. I'm not sure about the synopsis. Like, is it a companion novel or is it a sequel? Just based on how Little Thieves ended, not surprised if it is like a direct sequel. I'm ready to spend my money on it. And Illumicrate is also doing a special edition, so I'm just ready to take my money with your expensive shipping. I'm still salty. Listen, anytime I buy anything from Illumicrate and it charges me 16 pounds for shipping, I'm like, is it time to like fess up to your crimes yet? Or are we still pretending that this is good? Because it's not working for me. May I suggest Moriarty the Patriot? Listen, I have thought about it in the past. I can't remember what I was... Oh God, I was watching or reading something on the interwebs. And I saw Moriarty show up. I just can't remember what I was doing. What was I doing? I can't remember, but I remember seeing it and I was like, ooh, it looks interesting. So maybe I do need to get volume 1 soon. My youngest has the first 85 volumes of One Piece. I've only read volume 1. First of all, it's impressive that they've managed to accumulate 85 volumes because I know some of them are really hard to find. But yeah, I don't know. It's so many. It is such a huge commitment. I have no idea what I'm going to do after finishing The Ballad of Never After. Do you have any fantasy book recs with a lot of romance and not much of the Daughter of No Worlds? It's literally right here. I'm like, this. Everybody, PSA, please read Daughter of No Worlds. I would say this one. It is, I mean, the romance doesn't kick in until much later into the story, but the angst and the tension all throughout the book is amazing. And like the powers in this one are also like so interesting. And there is like a huge chunk of the book that although like there is a clear path and it is a part of the plot, at times it is so much more about the characters than it is about anything else. And so this, if you want a Damon Salvatore archetype that's actually not toxic, and he's like a golden retriever version of Damon Salvatore, I would say this. I love that I'm still selling this, and I don't even know if you've read it, Carla. Maybe you have. I don't know. But if you want the Damon Elena dynamics without the toxicity, and like season 4, season 5 with all the angst and all the like, it's just like they're not soulmates, but like it feels like it kind of vibes. I'm just saying. Anyways, that to say. Next, feel you about One Piece. It is so intimidating, so I've just watched Gavin's spoiler videos. Think I'll watch the anime though, since he really sells the series for me. Yeah, no, between seeing Gavin, Daniel, Murphy, who else? I watched somebody recently also. had started One Piece. Can't remember, but between seeing everybody read it, I'm like, it sounds like a great idea, but also I know that if I'm like really, really into a series, specifically for manga, I will want to buy it physically. Where am I gonna put it? I don't have any space, which is why I haven't even bought Spy Family physically, because where am I gonna put it? I don't know. I don't know. I think they meant TBD instead of... No, I did say TBD, but I just don't know what TBD is. Anyways, currently have 4 books on my started and not finished list, and yet I keep picking up new books. Listen, that's my fatal flaw too. I do it all the time. Hello, Fatima. I hope everyone here is having an amazing day. Can't believe I'm saying this again, but I just will. Listen, I love naps. Take a nap if you need it. Hell yeah. Do you like horror books? Not my go-to genre. I am incredibly superstitious, so it freaks me out, honestly. Especially, listen, if it's like real life, like horror, like slasher and stuff, I can do that. But if we're stepping into paranormal stuff, I can't do that. I won't sleep at night. I don't like that. Witchy would be nice. Oh, adult witchy books. I don't know if I've read any, actually. Adult witchy books. Oh, God. You're making me realize that I don't own any fantasy that have, like, witchy main characters. Do I? I don't think I do. Have I read any? I don't think I do. I've heard The Secret Society of Irregular Witches is good, and it's, like, super cozy. Maybe that one. If anybody has any, like, adult fantasy... Oh! A Discovery of Witches. Me just remembering that last minute. A Discovery of Witches. Anyways, yes, I would say that. If anybody has any adult fantasy recs with witches in the book, let Sasha know. Where am I? 30 or 45 minutes. We're going to do 45-minute sprints today, so we'll get started in a little bit after I read a few more comments. Where are your shelves from? They're just like the standard, the basic booktuber bookshelves. The IKEA Billy bookshelves. That's the one. And I just alternate between like the full length one and then like the skinny belly. I pay $40 for my books to ship from America to Greece. Oh, that is a whole lot. See, that's why whenever anything has shipping, I'm like, no, I don't. Which is why the book depository thing, are we mad about it? Am I the only one? No, I can't be the only one mad about it. I know everybody's mad about it. I don't appreciate it. There is so much hype for Daughter of No Worlds right now. It's making me want to read it so bad. Listen, it's on KU. If push comes to shove, it's really, really good. I absolutely love it so much. Sold me a Damon. Listen, it's like very golden retriever Damon. Take that with a grain of salt. But it's so good. And the main character, very much giving like Dark Phoenix from Marvel. Very much like the Jean Grey Dark Phoenix vibes. Yes. Love it so much. Wait, where am I? In the chat. Where am I? Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. I was like, okay. The entire time, I was like, TBD is like the acronym of the book. To be determined. It didn't even cross my mind. I was fully convinced it was like, I was trying to figure out, I was like, the bone something, like the something something. I don't know. The One Piece manga aren't even done yet. Is there any like ending in sight, or like do we not know when it's going to end? Because that's a lot. Truth Witch, an adult series. I haven't read it yet. I don't know. Is it YA or is it adult? I'm not sure. I own it. It's right there. I haven't read it yet. So there's that. Have you read House of Hollow? I have not. I have heard really good things about it, but I have yet to read it myself. Discovery of Witches. Listen, it's a paranormal romance. So if you want like a romance between a witch and a vampire, got you covered. That is the main reason I have not let myself buy any of the mangas I love, because I will immediately want to complete my collection. Yes. And I don't have the space or want to hurt my wallet. Yes. Because also it's like every single one is like $10. So if you got like 100 of them, it's like, whoa, it's so much. And also just like spacing wise, it's like I don't really have any space. So there's that. So I've just been borrowing, and like any manga I've been reading for the most part, I have been getting from Libby, unless I'm like, I really want to own it physically. But then also with manga, it's like sometimes I would rather just like, test run it with Libby instead, so that I don't like, spend the money and then I'm like, I don't like it. So we'll see. I did 2 big depository orders this week because I'll miss them. Yeah, I know everybody's been doing that. I did it myself too because I finished Once Upon a Broken Heart and I own the UK hardback, and I was like, I have to get the UK hardback for the second one. No, I don't, but I did because the US cover is not pretty. So I just got the UK hardback because I didn't want to pay for shipping. And one of the only other options, well, I guess Blackwell's was an option, but I guess like Waterstone's the first one that comes to mind. And I'm like, I don't want to pay £13 for shipping. Shipping is awful. So there's that. So happy for this. Matsu. In my country, we didn't have book depository. Wait, really? That is not the vibe. Well, listen, at least as long as there's some accessibility to books, I feel like, silver lining. But yeah, and I feel like they were like the lead with, I've heard that they include like the shipping of books into the price of the book. I don't know really like what the dynamics were, but at least the perk was there of like not having to spend an arm and a leg on some books. Never read fantasy in English, but I want to read Daughter of No Worlds. You recommend, or is it difficult to start with that? Oh, it's super easy to read. It's like super, super accessible, especially because it is stated several times in the book that the main character, when she gets to the orders, which is where she's going to train, they speak another language that she does not speak. So I feel like the English that is used in the book is like very conversational. It's like very, very accessible. So I definitely think in the grand scheme of books, it's very easy to understand. So I would say yes, it's very, very accessible. I never knew Book Depository had free shipping, and now I'm pissed to only find out when they're closing. Yeah, I know a lot of people like got textbooks and stuff from there, and also for people who wanted international editions for some books, like that was always the place to go because they just had such a wide array of things to choose from. Like they just had books in every language. And it was so easy to find just like a bunch of everything there. So it's been quite frustrating, I think, for some people, myself included, but mine are like very like shallow reasons, I think, in comparison. Ooh, House of Hollow is a 5-star. Ooh, Jean Grey overhyped. Listen, no, I agree with Rogue. Rogue is fantastic, but also call me basic, but I do love Jean Grey. It's fine. We're not going to talk about it. What's an underrated book you'd recommend? Oh, I feel like underrated is such a subjective thing. I guess Daughter of No Worlds would be one, but I feel like that's picking up steam. Half a Soul is like right there. Wait, where am I? My fingers just like all twisted. Half a Soul, very, very good. It's like a cozy fantasy, super short, super great. I don't really know. See, this is my thing. I'm not like super online most of the time. I just like keep to myself. So I'm like, I don't know if people are like talking about any of these books. I know Daughter of No Worlds, yes. I don't know if Half a Soul is like actually underrated or not, but I would say Half a Soul is really, really good. What else? I don't know. I don't even know. What even are underrated books? Honestly, if you ask me, I don't think I'd be able to answer. I feel like a lot of people would argue that I only read the more known books. Not an unfair assumption to make. Bought 4 books from Book Depository. I'm going to miss that site. Definitely felt that. I love all your vibes. Thank you so much. Book Depository isn't available now. It's closing in 19 days, which is also such short notice. I think, and I spoke about this on Patreon, but I was like, dude, if they had said we're closing out, but we're closing out like January 2024, different vibe. But they just went like willy-nilly, like, we're closing in 20 days. And I'm like, what do you mean you're closing? They're crazy, but they're closing on the 26th. So there's that. Is it true that Crescent City Book 3 is coming out in 3 years? No, Crescent City Book 3 is coming out next year. I think, right? I don't even know. I know there's been some announcement. Is it Crescent City 3? I think it is. Yeah, it is. It's coming out next year. This year? Next year. I don't know these things, but it's coming out soon. Not in 3 years for sure. I was collecting the Stephen King editions from Book Depository. I'll try Blackwell soon. Listen, hopefully Blackwell's works. I've heard some really great things, but yeah, it sucks. I know for me, I got a lot of UK editions from Book Depository because I just like the covers better. But apparently we'll be deprived of that. Crescent City Book 3 will be released. There we go. January 2024. Should I check out my book depository basket? Listen, it might be the only time to do it, honestly. I wonder if it's an extended. That's what I thought, Tiara. But honestly, at this point, I mean, I think it'd be really, really shitty. Especially because it's like, they've got a whole plan of like, oh, if like your order was made before the 26th, like it'll be fulfilled. And like, they've got like this whole, you know, I feel like it'd be really, really shitty because people are like going out and buying books and they're buying a lot of books just to make sure that they've got their stock. So I feel like it's just like scarce marketing at its finest. And if it turns out to be an April Fool's joke, that'd be sick. I don't think people would like, people already hate Amazon. I think that would do it. That would extra do it. So I hope not for the sake of the people. Opinion on Once Upon a Broken Heart. For the vibes, 10 out of 10. And honestly, the vibes are all you need sometimes. I would say for that reason, I really, really enjoyed it. Like, it's not obviously like the deepest, most like, you know, existential book out there. But I think for escapism, it was a really, really good time. So there's that. I think those are my 2 cents. Very fairy tale, very whimsy. So if you're into those vibes, then it's a vibe. Not high, ready to feel alive. Welcome. Should I read Ariadne or the Song of Achilles? I have not read Ariadne yet, but I would say Song of Achilles because I have read that. So there's that. Maybe they will reconsider if the push from people will pressure them to do something. I mean, I don't know, because it's like such an extensive history of like Book Depository used to be its own company and then Amazon bought it. So they just bought their competitor. And now they're getting rid of their own competitor, which is owned by themselves. It's weird. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I have not read Six Crimson Cranes yet. No, I have only read, oh my God, Elizabeth Lim, Spin the Dawn. I have read that one, but I have not read her other series. So there's that. Anyways, I think it's time we get into sprinting because I've been chatting for 45 minutes now. So I think it's safe to say it is time to read. I hope we're all ready. We'll be going for 45 minutes and then we'll take a 10-minute break. Kind of roughly, we'll see. If we need a little bit more than 10 minutes, then we'll go to 15 minutes, but going to try and keep the breaks to 10 minutes so that it doesn't get too lengthy. And there's that. I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Happy reading, happy productivity. Hope everyone has a great time. We are going to have a fireplace. It's going to start right now as a little like ASMR moment so that you guys can have that little background noise as you read. And yeah, we'll see you in 45. Happy reading. Hello, everyone. How did y'all do on that first sprint? I personally read 54 pages of 7 Days in June. I think I've made it like almost halfway through, if not already halfway. I don't know. I can never tell these things. Anyways, I mean, I guess I could check the ebook, but I'm lazy. Anyways, how did everyone do? Our sprints on here going to be regular again? Well, let's define regular, or rather, let's redefine regular. It's going to be a monthly thing, so like once a month, and then readathon months. We're going to do 3 sets of sprints, so like 1 regular sprint and then 2 rounds of sprints for readathons. I'm not ruling out the fact that they could happen also sporadically, and that maybe it could become like a bi-weekly thing, but I don't want to make any promises to start out with because I'm just now, you know, reintegrating myself to the whole thing. So for now, the plan is 1 a month to keep it low-key and like realistic. Currently reading Belladonna right now, but after that I need a book rec that has a medal in the title. Silvered oh yeah, that word. I know I'm saying it right, but my brain's just not computing. Serpent or Chain of Gold. So if anyone has any ideas, I would love to hear them. It's for the magical readathon. Ooh, me trying to figure it out. A medal. My brain goes to the blade itself. A blade is made of metal. Does that count? I don't think so. Oh my god. Ooh, wait. Do I have any? That's actually a tough one. Oh, City of Brass? That could be one. That's actually quite a hard one. I'm trying to figure out what other ones I have, but I feel like metal is not a common one on my shelves. If I can think of anything else, I'll let you know. Hi Samantha, glad it's a cozy vibe. Got to page 204 and Once Upon a Broken Heart, so that was actually quite a productive sprint for me. Got distracted, but I will finish the yellow wallpaper next sprint. 64 pages of Wrong Place, Wrong Time. Going to sleep, but I will watch this back tomorrow. I'm loving the Song of Achilles. Glad you're enjoying it, and yeah, this will stay up for rewatch, so that should be good to go. Over 30 pages, finished by Family Volume 1. It was so cute and funny. I had a blast. That elegance scene in the very first volume still to this day like lives rent-free up here. It's like, it's so funny to me. I love it so much. 13 pages of Where the Crawdads Sing. Got some good work done. Hello Lizzie, I just got home from work. I forgot we were doing sprints today. Welcome. 58 pages of I Wish You All the Best. Made it to page 187 of the Midnight Library. Finished Rain Rising, cried. Then I read a bit of Once Upon a Broken Heart. 20 pages of The Dragon's Promise. The next readathon is actually next month, so May. Yes. I still don't know what weekend it will be, but as soon as I know, I'll let you guys know. I'll have that like closer to the end of April, so I'll definitely report back. Had dinner and continued watching Beef on Netflix. My brother actually started that this morning. He came over for breakfast. He started Beef. I just wasn't paying attention because I was making breakfast. Going to read some more graphic novels tonight. How are you, Mel? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? In a reading slump right now, so I was catching up on Mel's latest vids. Welcome. The sprints help me catch up on my readathons. Yeah, no, and I bet for those that have like actual prompts and that are like somewhat competitive, I bet it's intense. I've never done one myself because Lord knows I cannot stay consistent with a readathon, like, you know, a themed one to save my life, but it's intense. This makes my heart happy. Thank you for running sprints. You're very welcome. Did not read a single page, but I cleaned my bedroom, showered, and started making dinner. Read 15 pages of the Bane Chronicles. I hope you're able to have fun and enjoy sprints again, but no pressure. Take care of yourself. Yeah, no, listen, I was very anxious, like full transparency. Was super anxious before hopping on today. I was like, oh God, haven't done this in like a hot second. And even with like the readathon ones, I've literally, my heart's been going pitter-patter, which is is a time, but it's been quite good so far. So listen, hopefully I can like, you know, warm up to it, and like, again, it's a work in progress, but for right now you can definitely count on that one sprint a month where we can all just like come together and read together. I've almost finished my first book, read what I was gonna say 50 pages, 60 pages. I swear to God, I enter the sprint and I start reading, and when I come back to like actually read comments, my brain just doesn't compute. Spinning Silver, ooh, I still need to finish that book. I read like 20 pages of it, and I'm still not done with it. Read about 70 pages. I'm getting close to the end of Keeper of Night. So I actually only read 8 pages, but also rewatching Ted Lasso. Taste. Putting stuff away. The Starless Sea is what I decided on, and by God, is it making me happy and inspired. Super good vibes. That's actually really, really great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. See, it's hard. It really is hard. Because I don't think oh my God. I feel like I have like a lot of books that have like gems in the title for some reason. Oh wait, would Full Metal Alchemist count? The word metal is in the title. And it's a manga, so maybe, you know, it could be a fast one to fulfill a prompt. I don't know if that would count though. But yeah, I have like a lot of books with bone in the title. I'm like, what the heck? But actual metals, it's so hard. Not even like middle grades. That's so fascinating, actually. Huh. Anyways, I'm like perplexed a little bit. Yeah, City of Brass. All of them have metal in the title. So the whole trilogy could work. I made some soup and read 2 chapters of Twisted Hate. I haven't been on your sprints in forever. Welcome. I love Ted Lasso. Same. That show is like my weekly serotonin boost, especially now that the new season's coming out. Okay, for those of you who watch Ted Lasso, my brother told me I was a little bit crazy for it. Is anybody else waiting for Rebecca and Ted to get together, or am I just the crazy one? Because honestly, I told him, I was like, dude, when are they gonna get together? And he's like, what are you talking about? I can't be the only one. Because the entire time I've been like, when? Like, we are 3 seasons in tardy. Like, what is going on? Anyways. Metal titles. City of Brass. Roma always coming through. The Golden Compass. The Goldfinch. Goldfinger. David Copperfield. Your brain. Honestly, I could not have even I own the Goldfinch. It literally did not even like cross my mind. Why do I have so many books with the word bone in the title? I've just now noticed that. Anyways, that's fascinating. Just got to part 4 of Addie, and oh my God, this is so good. Oh my God, when you start getting near the end, that shit goes by so fast. It's crazy. Just finished The Ballad of Never After. I am not okay, Carla. Don't say that. I can't wait to get to it. I'm actually really, really excited. I'm still in my head. The wolf raised its head and it smiled. Like, bitch, what the fuck? I want to know what's going on. I have so many questions. Anyways. We'll see what happens. House of Earth and Blood is so confusing. See, I don't know. I feel like I'm the odd one out. I feel like a lot of people say that in their experience with reading Crescent City. I was the crazy girl who sat on her couch and read that in 7 hours, and I don't know how to vouch for myself in that one. I'm performing in my first theater show since high school. That's so exciting. Any advice on how to deal with the stress? I would say warm-ups are really, really great. I think they're a really great way to just allow your body to be loose, and that's always kind of like a group exercise before you start out the show. Like, warm-ups are always really, really great. I feel like typically a lot of the nerves mentally just kind of dissipate as soon as you're on stage, because that's the last thing you can think of. And I think a lot of it is really just muscle memory from, like, you know, the harmonies all the way to the dialogue to the dancing, if there's any. So I would say the most important thing is to just engage your body, because your body, you know, like your body being loose and being in it is like the main thing, or at least it was for me. And so warm-ups was always for me like the biggest thing. the first, like, opening night is always the most nerve-wracking one, but after you move past opening night, it definitely gets better. But I'm break a leg. That's awesome. That's actually really, really cool. Can I ask, what show are you on? How are the kitties? They're really good. None of them are in the office, but they're out in the living room probably, and I need to give them, oh, not the timer. The timer really set. Shut up, Mel. And you know what? I'm not going to. I need to give them food at the start of the next sprint, so that's going to be taken care of. I'm sure at some point they will walk into the office and demand attention as they do. Managed to read 14 pages. I wish I read more, but got a surprise visit from my niece and nephew. Wait, that's super sweet though. Reading the third Veronica Speedwell. I still need to get to that series. I've been hearing some great things. Been reading Mistborn Era 1 alongside the annotations Brandon Sanderson wrote for every single chapter on Ooh, I didn't know those existed. I need to go back and read those. That's actually really cool. Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist. See, I don't know if that counts. But maybe it does. Ooh, Iron Widow is another one. I also own that one. See, I swear to God, people ask me things and my brain's like, what are thoughts? What are words? What are titles? What are books? Everything just evaporates. That's crazy. Oh my God, I started reading From Blood and Ass and have no idea why, because it wasn't on my TBR, but we'll start Wicked King later. Wicked King is so good. Don't sleep on Wicked King. Start it now. I am late to the fantasy genre party. Listen, that's totally fair. Love the new season of Ted Lasso episodes are double the length. Yes, I was quite surprised. I thought they would be like 20 to 30 minutes, and as soon as the first episode started playing and it was like over an hour, I was like, what? I was quite shocked. Not complaining though. I'm going to be honest. I've seen 4 episodes of Ted Lasso and thought that... Okay, I thought that was going to go another route. I was scared. That was like an early reaction. I thought you were going to say like, I've seen 4 episodes and I don't like it. I was going to be like, Han, I was fully ready to screech. You could see it in my face. I was gearing up. I was like, oh, please don't. But yes, literally Rebecca and Ted. When? It's like, where? First time here, so cool, welcome. I get the vibes too, Mel. I feel like Rebecca and Ted will happen. I'm hoping so. I'm just like literally counting down the minutes and the days. So we'll see. I kind of really loved Sam and Rebecca, but also love the idea of Ted and Rebecca, but I also need Ted to be on his own to understand his own marriage. Absolutely, yes. Which is why I love that if a relationship will ever happen for Ted, whether it's with Rebecca or with somebody else, that they're taking their sweet time with it, because honestly, there's so much to work through, and I just love the realistic depiction of that between, you know, him and the anxiety that he's experiencing and like really getting acquainted with a new country, a new job, and the dynamics and the pressure of everything. I think it's great to see a character kind of put all of that at the forefront instead of a relationship which can get quite convoluted on, like, you know, on top of everything. So I absolutely love it. I started reading Restore Me today. Ooh, wait, which book is that in the series? There's so many books now in that series between the novellas and the actual installments, and I'm just like, what's too many books. Tomorrow times 3, page 283, 290. I'm not okay. I see, this is exactly why I know that book is gonna fucking gut me when I get to that point. My advice for theater stress is focus on your breath. Listen, it's always a good reminder to like keep the core engaged. For me, a ritual before shows helped me so much when I was doing theater, and sleep in in my TV. Yeah, that is what Vince's going to do when she walks into the office. Not well. It was... Han, are y'all seeing the crimes being committed by Ahmad? I don't like this. I've never seen any bad reviews of Ted Lasso because there's nothing bad about it. It's so good. I would definitely recommend. If you guys just really want like a happy show, I would say Ted Lasso is like the way. It's just, it's so good. 128 pages into Six of Crows, and oh my god, I love this so much. I'm looking forward to retrying Six of Crows this year. This will be the final time I'll retry it, so we'll see how it goes. Where am I? Don't know if you know Before I Let Go by Kennedy Ryan, but it's so good. I've heard of Kennedy Ryan before, but I've never read any of their books. No, don't break my heart and say it's just fine. Literally me. To be fair, I have only seen like 4. You need to keep on going. It really just gets better. Hopefully making a dent in Legendborn, but I feel a migraine coming in. Hopefully it's not a strong one. Make sure to stay hydrated, and hopefully Legendborn treats you well. What's Ted Lasso? It is this amazing show where what was he before? I can't remember. Was he an American football coach? I can't remember, but a coach from the US is basically hired by a soccer slash football team in the UK, and he basically goes abroad, but this is a team that is not that good. Like the team is like in shambles. The dynamics are like all over the place, and so basically they hire him in the hopes that he can like unite the team, create like a family dynamic, and make them like win some games. And you follow basically all of the different characters and all of those like dynamics being established, and it's so good. The comedy is actually pretty great, and I just Ted Lasso is everything. Happy. I put my eyes out of every episode of Ted Lasso. I mean, yeah, I also cry. But honestly, even though I cry, serotonin boost, like honestly. So there's that one for me. Me on my third rewatch of Teen Wolf. It's the way I was so chaotic when I was younger. And I hated season 1 when I was watching it. And so I just skipped right over season 1 and I started watching Teen Wolf on season 2. And you know what? It worked. I feel like I didn't miss a lot. And then there was that. So just chaotic teenage Mel. But listen, at least I did it. Anyways, let us switch to the fireplace. Let us walk into our next sprint so I can feed my cats and I can keep on reading, and so can you. And I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Hello, everyone. How did we do on that sprint? Let a girl know. I read 40 pages of 7 Days in June, and this is so good. It is actually crazy. Does Tia Williams have any other books out? I actually don't know that information, but I would love to know because this is truly addicting. Like, this is so good. And also, I saw somebody ask whether this was a contemporary. Yes, it's like a contemporary romance, and it is absolutely everything. Like, I don't know, I love reading about characters that already have like pre-established like connections, but that you also get to see how the connection was born in the first place and the current dynamics. Exactly what this book is. And I can't wait to see how it ends. Like, I'm a little bit scared, but it's like, it's really, really good. So we'll definitely be finishing in these sprints because I have 130 pages left ish. So I would definitely say I'm finishing tonight. Or at least that's the hope. We'll see what happens. Read another chapter of Noragami and then made dinner and rewatched some of Haikyuu. I got distracted by TikTok and Pinterest, so I only read 2 pages. Been there, done that. 28 pages of Happenstance by Tessa Bailey. I might switch the book I am reading because it's getting boring. Listen, switching is always a good thing. I missed most of the sprints because I was feeding some feral cats we take care of, but 50% into Master of Jin. Yeah, I also fed my cats and now they are playing. I can finally move my chair. I feel like I'm so like onto the desk because they were playing around the chair and I didn't want to smash any tails. But feral cats with food, indeed. Thankfully, both of mine were asleep when I had to feed them, but typically they're whining and begging for food. So there's that. Just read 60 pages in my reread of Evelyn Hugo. I only have 70 pages left. Still working. 2 chapters into the moon and back. Oh, she does? Please hold as I make my due diligence. I had no idea that she had other books out. But now I want to know what they are so that I can read them. Especially if they're romance. Listen, this book is so good. I love her writing style. Like, I think it is the perfect blend of a story that can be absolutely timeless, but it still has, you know how in my Things We Hate in Books video, I mentioned how I wasn't a fan of pop culture references. This book has so many of them, but it's just like so seamlessly woven into the story. I am loving them. Like, I just feel like it adds so much to the story. I'm like actually in awe because she's making me like something that I don't like. Anyways, I love it. I'm having a great time. 59 pages of The Midnight Library, and I'm now on page 246. I'm on page 70 of Babel. Read 39 pages of Moriarty. Throwing the book tomorrow times 3 out of the window. Give me a teddy bear, ice cream, and bourbon. Made it halfway into Tripping Arcadia. So far, I would rate this 4 stars. Read 50 pages, finished 1 book, and started another one. Finally finished work. Deadly Education. Here I come. 38 pages of Unravel Me. Unfortunately, many interruptions, but I read 2 chapters of Unseelie. Didn't read, but I ate dinner. Loved that. I read about 21 pages of The Song of Achilles. The Perfect Find. I'm going to have to look into the synopsis of that one. The cover is really pretty, though. Yeah, Tia Williams also wrote The Perfect Find. Is it good? Has anybody read it? Many questions. 15 pages. I got distracted a lot. 19 pages. Read another like 35 pages of After We Collided. And oh my god, the angst. It's the way that seeing After traditionally published is like crazy to me because I was literally reading it as it came out on Wattpad. Like, that was a crazy ass time. That was such a long time ago too. Like, I just got to page 173 of Tomorrow times 3. So happy to catch a sprint. Hello. Gave me some time to work on my grimoire. Hope that it's going well. 20 pages of A River of Royal Blood, and I'm enjoying it so far. 40 pages too. Tuned in a bit late and started War and Peace like 10 minutes ago, and I just finished chapter 2. What does contemporary mean? It's a book that's set in current times, so it's like a modern book, And it may or may not have romance, like it depends, but it typically refers to something that's written in current times. 22 pages of the Bane Chronicles. I read 30 pages and this just jumped. I'm now on page 35 of The Nanny because my Barnes had early copies out and I snatched them. Love that. Eating dinner and doing the stuff around opening the fast, so didn't really read. Hopefully it's going well. How are your family dogs doing, Mel? Well, they're rioting a little bit, which I told my mom when I moved because I told her I wanted to take the dogs with me. But she was like, no, like, I'm going to miss the dogs if you take them. And so she kept them. And now we're trying to figure out, like, if there's some retraining to do or, like, what can be done. But, and I mean, it happens while nobody is at home. But they literally, like, are peeing and pooping everywhere, which is obviously bad. And they've been doing it everywhere, like, on couches, beds. It's bad. And so we're currently trying to figure out how to get that, in order because it has gotten pretty intense. At first, it happened like very sporadically, but now almost a year later, it's just like getting increasingly worse. Other than that, though, they're happy dogs, but something is going on there, just like behaviorally, that it's just, again, a little bit not nice. I've been using a random number generator at the start of each sprint to pick from my little stack because I'm not sure what I want to read and I love organized chaos. Listen, random number generators are my best friend. Like, honestly, like the way to go. Whenever I cannot decide what to do, what to read, where to go, random number generator it out. Like, that's just great philosophy. 92 pages left on tomorrow times 3. Oh, you're definitely going to finish that today. Also read another 37 pages of Under the Dome. Oh my god, I was literally thinking of the Under the Dome TV show today. Because I remember starting it, but I never finished it. Was it actually finished or did it get canceled? That was a throwback. I literally just like randomly thought about it today. Because I was looking at Billy Summers and I was like, should I start Billy Summers soon? Maybe. Lord knows. So I read the first 87 pages total since we started sprint. Only read like 5 pages of The Stolen Heir. I need my coffee. I also thought about making coffee for the sprint, but I was like, no, because I need to take my magnesium soon. So I'm like, I'm not trying to take something soothing and then have coffee. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. Just read 60 pages of Kingdom of Ash. I am living for this series and I'm so sad it is coming to an end. Well, apparently there's more books coming in that series. It's probably just not anytime soon, but she has spoken about that. Just got back to the sprint. I had to go give birth on my last goat of the year. I had to like double check to see if I read that wrong. Wait. That's cool. I hope everything went well and like super seamless. Read 20 pages out of 31 for school reading. I am fighting off a cold, so I napped the last 2 sprints. How are you liking 7 Days in June? I am loving every second of it. It is so good, so easy to read. And the chemistry between Shane and Ava is everything. Like, I'm loving it. But also, I never know how to pronounce the daughter's name. Is it Audrey or Audrey? I can never tell. But I love the kid too. Like, the kid is absolutely hilarious. Like, all of the shenanigans she gets up to, I'm like, girl, you are literally everything. So everything about the book is working for me so far, and I can't wait to see if by the end, like, we'll get to see them get out of the writer's block. I think it'll be really interesting. And also just like what'll happen with them, if they'll like end up together, like what's the vibe. On an unrelated note, have you ever watched Avatar: The Last Airbender? Hell yeah, I have. My cat lost her collar playing in the barn and I can't find it. Oh no. What time will the sprint end? At 10 p.m. Central. So we have another 2 hours and 15 minutes if my math is mathing. I fell asleep to the fire sounds, awake now in dinner time before the next sprint. Everything went well, very healthy baby and mama. That's very nice to hear. Bought my ticket to see Super Mario Bros. And I'm so excited, especially that they added Mario Kart to it. I cannot wait to see that movie. I need to tell my brother to see like when we're going to go watch it, because I need to. It's a need. He was like, are you sure you want to watch it? Because he wants to watch it. He just wasn't sure that I wanted to. I'm like, yeah. I want to. It looks super cool. So can't wait to watch that. I'll definitely keep y'all updated. I am now inside because the sun is almost gone. Oh no, I'll have to go to urgent care tomorrow because I've been sick for the past 2 days. Hopefully it's nothing serious. And that, you know, you can get all of that sorted. I recently had a sinus infection, which is not nice, and my wisdom teeth are also coming out. Yay! Also not nice because it's causing a lot of jaw pain. So that's where we're currently at. My students want me to watch it. Do it, Tiara. We can chat about it later. Hello, glad I'm able to make it to a sprint. I want to watch the film too. Listen, I have hopes for it. The trailer looked really, really great, so we'll see what happens, but I have hope. Also, Anya Taylor-Joy. That's my only... That's it. That's it. I don't need anything else. This is so fun, but my doggos tried to keep me from reading. Yeah, no, my cats are sometimes the same. Not while I'm in the office, but if I'm reading out in the living room, they most certainly try and distract me. And they succeed, because I get distracted very easily. But I currently have one sleeping cat to my right, and then the other one... I don't know where the other one is. Probably out in the living room. They were begging me before spring break. Miss Adderley, you have to go watch Super Mario Bros. I'll see you at the movies. Why is that so funny? It's the way I actually ran into a lot of teachers back when I was in school. Out and about, like at the mall, at the movies. It was always the most awkward thing. Especially because neither of my parents ever went to like PTA meetings. Like... nothing. They would never go. Like they would always get like summoned to like go to school and like have talks, and never ever, especially my mom was like, fuck that. I'm gucky, you're gucky, we're all gucky. And I was like, yeah, you're right. And so whenever we would stumble upon teachers out and about, they'd be like, oh my god, hi. So you know, like the classic, like stereotypical, like, oh my god, yes, Mel actually disrupts the class all the time. And I'm like, that's me. I've seen the D&D movie. It was really good. See, I'm curious about it. I don't understand anything about D&D though, so I don't know if I'd be lost, but yeah, I feel like that's just a chaotic movie. It looks like it, at least. All I know is that Jack Black is playing Bowser in the new Mario movie. Yeah, I didn't know that he was playing Bowser up until I started seeing all of the promo material recently. And I started seeing a bunch of TikToks of Jack Black, and I forgot just how charismatic this man is. Like, he is made for this, just for like being an actor. Just literally to a T. It's awesome. One of the clips looks like they added Luigi's Mansion. Oh wait, if that's the case, I extra need to go watch it, because as we know, I love Luigi's Mansion. The cats always distract me truly and thoroughly. 7 Days in June is one of my favorite romance books. I hope you're enjoying it. I am having a great time with it. He indeed is an icon. Can we see the kittens? I mean, you could, but I'm not trying to wake them up. So there's that. You can go back to maybe 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. They were most certainly on the screen. But Syl is sleeping now. And Vin, I don't know where Vin is. Again, probably out in the living room. It's actually funny how you'll run into your teachers while you're out while in school, but once you graduate, you never run into them again. Okay, but literally facts, because I have never seen a teacher ever out and about now. Now your teacher's having a mini conference with your parents. Oh, literally. Like I remember one time, and my dad still to this day brings it up, but basically one of my math teachers was like, yeah, like Mel is like such a leader in the classroom, but like everybody wants to like be a leader, so like people are constantly fighting in her classroom, and like Mel is like, you know, like she's assertive and like this and that, and like, you know, like it's just everybody's like battling it out. And my dad still to this day, he's like, I remember that conversation I had with your teacher. He said you were a leader. And I was like, okay, Dad. And that was like, I was in 7th grade. Like, that was a long time ago. Super Mario was amazing. Oh, I can't wait to go watch it. Hello, Kay. So many people. I don't even know how many people there are in the live stream. And I'm trying to not know. I haven't even, because it doesn't show up in OBS. It would show up on StreamYard, which most certainly made me nerve-wracked. a lot when I was using that. So I'm glad that OBS doesn't show me that. I go to this restaurant a lot with my family, and I always run into the same kindergarten teacher I used to have. But see, kindergarten's fine. It's always like the high school teachers you run into that you're like, what are you gonna say? I was with my sister-in-law who's a teacher, and we ran into a group of her students at Target. They were so baffled that she existed in the real world. They were 5 years old. Yeah, no, that happens, like, not nowadays, but it used to happen to me right before the panini started, with all of my, like, debate kids. Because right when I had graduated high school, I was the president of my debate club. And so there were like a lot of younger kids that we were like coaching. And so when I had already graduated and I would stumble across some of them in, like wherever movies, I feel like the movies in the mall were always like the biggest too. People would be like, oh my God, hi, you exist. I was like, I do. And it was the same for like for the leadership programs. Whenever anybody would stumble across, it would be like, you exist. I'm like, yeah, I am corporeal indeed. I exist in this plane. I do. Oh, you could see Vin. Oh, I think she's about to get the zoomies. Vin. Papas. Mama. She's literally behind the door. You'll see her come out in a little bit. I used to be a teacher, and I ran into one of my 5-year-olds at McDonald's. She scream cried. I hope it was like a good scream cry. Hopefully. Have you read Vampire Academy? Ooh, read it a long time ago. Yeah, that one's not on my Goodreads hand. I read Vampire Academy when I was in middle school. I must have been like 13 when I read Vampire Academy. So, I mean, I remember enjoying it. I just never carried out the series. I remember I read the first one. I think I got like some pages into the second one, and then I never went through. But I remember enjoying it. It was just a decade ago, so I can't really tell you if it holds up or not. So there's that. Oh, she is getting the zoomies. Man, what are you doing? She's literally fighting the door. Anyways, not a good scream cry. She koala'd her mom. Like, she just saw a ghost, which is funny because at work she loved me. I swear to God, you never really know what reaction you're gonna get from kids. It's hilarious. Me staring at the corner of the screen trying to see the cat. Please hold as I turn it around. Vin? Oh, you see her now? What you doing, Bubba? What are you doing? What are you doing? What you doing? Yeah, she wants to play. She is dead set on hunting the toys in the office. What are you doing, Mama? Oh no, she's... She hit again. I was about to grab her. Just out here trying to do my motley duties. I appreciate it, Han. Love you the most. Anyways, yes, let us get into the next sprint before I get further distracted with my cat. And I will see you guys in 45 minutes. I'm sure the cats will make an appearance. Probably Vin, because Syl is asleep, but... Oh, there she is. She's just fighting the door. Mother, I crave violence. No, that's Syl. Syl's the one that craves violence, and it's just regular orange tabby behavior, to be honest. And oh, she's awake. The orange tabby is not asleep. Yes, I will see you guys in 45. Hi. How did everyone do? I officially have 86 pages left of 7 Days in June. The chapter I just read. I'm so angry. They're fictional characters, Mel. They're not real people. But I'm so angry. Anyways, how did everyone do? I also fetched a snack. Got some peanuts. And the cats also got a little treat during the sprint. Because I had to redirect Syl's energy elsewhere. Because, let me tell you, she was biting all of the cabling for, like, the computer and my lamp. So I was like, you know what, Miss Ma'am, let's go. I'll give you a treat. And I gave her a treat. So that's what occurred. That's what you missed on the sprint. Anyways, where am I? Let's see. I have sadly done my second DNF of the year, not Southern Book Club's guide. Oh no, there was nothing wrong with it. I just don't think I was in the right headspace for it. That's totally fair. Just started Spice Road. It was the Fairlude YA for I think January. Hopefully it delivers. I've heard some really great things so far, so I think you'll like it. Finished volume 11 of Noragami. Read 15 pages of Touch of Ruin, and this book is ruining my heart. Enjoying the adventures of Amina al-Sirafi. I can't wait for my copy to get here. I'm still waiting. But I did get a bunch of packages, so hopefully when I unbox things next week, maybe that'll be there. I'm not sure, because I never know what... I never really know what package is what. Got to page 94 of my manga, and now I'm going to sleep because I'm losing focus. Good night. Finished the Midnight Library. So good. 50 pages of A Deadly Education. Got to page 116 of I'm Glad My Mom Died. 25 pages in. I read 86 pages of One True Loves, and I'm almost done. How are you enjoying it? Just got back from work. Hello, Marcus. Going to sort some laundry, get coffee. Finish Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit, so I can start reading War and Peace. Made it to page 197 in Tripping Arcadia. 51 pages, if I can find my spot, of The Wolf and the Woodsman. How are you enjoying that too? I have owned that for a while, and I needed to double check if that was the same book, but yes. And I have yet to read it. Read 30 pages. Hello, Diana. No, that was not the last sprint. I got to. We have one more sprint. I feel like that sounds right. But my math also doesn't math sometimes. So maybe not. I think so. I think it's one more sprint. We'll figure it out. Only 3 chapters into Spells for Forgetting, but I'm loving the vibes. 40 pages, 10 pages. I'm hungry. Go get you some food. 40 pages of Ignite Me. Got to page 208 in The Only Survivors. 40 pages read of The Fight the Night. Read about 40 pages and slowly unwinding for the night. So down and drank my tea. That sounds good though. It sounds like a noise. A time. Don't like perspectives changing a lot, but this book does it in a way that forces you to feel more than you should. Yes. Typically with literary fiction, historical fictions, and, you know, books that tend to, like, switch a lot to give you the character's backstory, tend to get, like, lost a little bit sometimes. Not for literary fiction, but for historicals I do, and I feel like the way that this gives character backstory reminds me a lot of the format of historical fiction sometimes. But I love it. It's so good. Read 28 pages of RRB. Me trying to remember what book this is. And damn, didn't read during that one. Made and ate dinner. Wish I was reading though. Just joined. I thought the Owl House finale was tonight, but I read the date wrong. Anyway, going to be reading Five Survive by Holly Jackson. Hopefully it's a good time. Just joined. I'll be reading Emma. Read 33 pages of Under the Dome, so I'm at page 120. It's really good so far. Hello, Elizabeth. Joined in that sprint, working on a diamond painting and watching Hulu. Listened to a chapter of my audiobook and convinced my partner to pick me up. Did you see the cat run into the... That's Vin. Of course it's Vin. Where am I? To pick me up some dinner. That sounds like a great time. I also bought way too much makeup in this sprint. I just read another 20 plus more pages of Bridgerton. I don't know why I put the plus that Emily sent into that message, but yes, 20 more pages. Took a break from Addie. I'm trying to really take my time and savor it. Didn't do any reading that sprint. This just jumped. Just scrolled through the tiki-talkie. I read 42 pages on my reread of Catching Fire. I've been thinking of rereading The Hunger Games. I think I'm going to do it very soon. How is the book so far, Mel? It is awesome. I just finished a chapter that made me really angry, though. Because the mom. Ava's mom. I don't like her. Anyways, got to page 330 in the Poppy War. It's so brutal. Yeah, it is. Showered and switched to Dreamlight. 50 pages left of Alone with You in the Ether. Not reading, but I'm studying. Does that count? Yeah, that totally counts. 18 unfocused pages. Why is that me, though? I felt that in my soul. Don't know if I should keep reading The Stolen Heir or switch back to Attack on Titan Omnibus. What are we feeling? Are we feeling Attack on Titan? Maybe it's good to switch. I've also had The Wolf in the Woods and The Woodsman for a long time. It's a gory, brutal standalone fantasy. Really liking it so far. Loved One True Loves. I loved the small scenes that just happened and showed like a true love. This is my first one of these kinds of videos. Got here during your last reading episode, so I hope to read during the next sprint. Back by popular demand. Best, not bad. Joke of the day. Will it be bad? Well, let's find out. What was the kitten bowling league called? Kind of bad. Kind of bad, but kind of funny. Extra distractible today, apparently. No, listen, I definitely have those days as well. Just checked out Wolf and the Woodsman from Libby. What do you call a cat who became a doctor? A first aid kit. Also kind of bad, but kind of good. Oh my god, I started reading The Bonds That Tie like 2 days ago, and it's so good. It brought me out of a huge, 3-week reading slump. Love that, Diana. Cringing at the book I'm reading. Ooh, not the cringe. I was reading Silver in the Bone, but I had to start my essay for school. Just started chapter 2 of Legendborn. Had many interruptions. I'm so excited for the last episode of The Owl House. I don't think I've heard of this show. I just finished reading Heidi, and I'm now going to go back to annotating Better Than the Movies. Oh my god, that's so wholesome. I love Better Than the Movies. Oh, I hope they love it. I hope they love their annotated copy. Got tired of the dark book I was reading, and I didn't have any lighter ones, so now I have a new Amazon order. Love buying books. Started hunting Adeline. Speaking of dark books, got to page 50. Not sure if it's for me. Yeah, I've heard that it's like, it's out there. Page 125 of The House Across the Lake. I suspect it. Honestly, it's like watching the Twilight movies. A guilty pleasure, but not actually great. Wait. Which ones? What book are... Oh, wait. Is that for Vampire Academy? I can't remember anything about that book, honestly. It's been over 10 years now, I think. It's a long time ago. Just ordered my godson a birthday present, and while I'm not a kid person at all, I love shopping for gifts for kids. I'm on the opposite end. I'm definitely a kid person. I love just like, you know, kind of like helping around, especially with like my cousins and their kids. They're like super wholesome. And definitely when they all had kids, like right at the beginnings, well, you know, when they're babies. Oh my god, I love shopping for baby clothes. That's like one of my favorite things. I'm just like, oh my god, look at this cute little thing. Look at the shoe. And I have a lot of fun when people have their babies. And I'm like, I'm gonna get you a present. It's always really great. I mean, that and honestly, toys too. Love going to the toy aisles to get toys. It's a great time. Loving my reread of The Hunger Games, and it's definitely everything I wanted and needed. Think it's pulling me out of my reading slump. Yeah, we recently on Patreon, we rewatched The Hunger Games, and it honestly, I was like, dude, I have to reread the series, because I only read it once, and that was like back in the day, when the movies were coming out, and I remember virtually nothing about the books, except for the fact that Catching Fire was my favorite. That's it. I just remember the feeling of reading Catching Fire, and not much else. I do remember the ending of Catching Fire. But yeah, definitely needs literally they're right there. I feel like it's time for a reread. What's the best book you've given? Wait. I'm trying to debunk this one. The best book you've given 1 star and the worst book you've given 5 stars? The math is not mathing. I have questions. Yeah, that was for Vampire Academy. Has anyone read the 4th book of The Hunger Games? I just found out it existed. I tried it out 3 years ago. Yeah, 2020. And I DNF'd it. I think I wasn't in the mood for it. So, going to retry it soon and see. Let's see how it goes. Shopping for kids' babies is so fun and their reactions are the best. Okay, listen, there is nothing that beats like a kiddo's excitement over getting a new present. I'm just like, damn, that's how I felt when I was getting pressies when I was a kid. And that's cool. So I love just like the joy. But also, yes, baby clothes are adorable. The little shoes. It's funny because like anytime we've gone to like buy baby presents, my mom does the typical, oh my god, I remember when your feet were these small. Classic mom behavior. But yeah, no, it's the best time. And I love seeing like the matching sets and stuff. Oh, it's super cute. Um, I will be the cool aunt who spoils the kids that other people have. The best of both worlds. I get to hang out with the kids I like without having to change diapers. That's fair. That is totally fair. Made it to 50% into Sorcery of Thorns, and I think I'm finally getting over my 2-month-long slump. The Hunger Games never get told. That is true. The movies, oh, every single time. Every single time. Listen, I have been thinking of a Hunger Games reading vlog, at least for the first one, because I don't know if I plan on like rereading the whole thing or just the first one, but it kind of would work for like a throwback video, kind of like the Twilight one, where I read the first Twilight book again and I vlogged it. It was so fun. It was also really great to like vlog a single book and not have to worry about many of books being included in a single video. So whether that's the first one or the whole trilogy, I think planning on vlogging that. I think it'd be cool. Love shopping for babies. It gets me this close to having another. Then I look at my twin, I'm like, nah, that's enough. Yeah, no, that's my mom too. My mom's like, when she starts reminiscing, she's like, oh my god, I would love another one. And I'm like, would you? And she's like, nah, I'm good. Because it's a lot of work. Oh, will you be making a Chain of Thorns reading vlog? I don't think so. Listen, I've been struggling through Chain of Thorns. So I think if anything, it'll probably be included in like a day in the life vlog or maybe in like a weekly vlog, but not a standalone vlog. No. Currently reading Middle Game due to your suggestion and I'm loving it so far. Anytime anybody picks up Middle Game and loves it, I'm like the monkey with the, what's it called? With the drum things. I'm like, yeah. Anyways, love buying baby clothes and picture books. It's so cute. Yeah. DNF Songbirds and Snakes in 2020. Picked it back up this week and actually finished it yesterday. It was okay, but was way too long. Yeah, no, I'm curious to see how I'd feel nowadays, like 3 years later, and see if my opinion would change on it. Because I was very curious and like what I read, like it was a vibe, but I don't think I was in the right mood for that book at that time. Down for a Hunger Games reading vlog? Hell yeah. Not also the whore. Also that. The reread of Twilight you did is my favorite of your videos. I had such a fun time making that video. And still to this day, like anytime I think of Twilight, I just think of the that and the singing in cursive. My two favorite things. That just like the Twilight vlog brought back all of the memories. I was way too obsessed with that. I had no right. Twilight also, I wish I had my first copy of Twilight because it was the movie tie-in edition and I annotated it. For context, Miss Ma'am was in like 4th grade. Was I in 4th grade? 2008. That sounds about right. I was way too young to be reading it. And I was way too young to be annotating it. All I remember was like the bright yellow highlighter and a pen. Don't know what the hell I wrote. I also don't know where the copy is. I had like the original like OG like black covers for all of them. And the first one was movie tie-in. Don't know where they all went. I think my parents threw them away at some point probably. Because I never saw them again. So there's that. Kind of wish I had it. I'm curious to see what I wrote at that age. I really don't know. All 3 books of Hunger Games are amazing in my opinion. Is this going to be up on your channel for rewatch? Yes. If that's the question, yes. The Twilight soundtrack goes hard. Listen, that is the one thing I will always say. They had no right making that great a soundtrack. I mean, I know a lot of people are like, it's not great cinema. I would argue it's a good movie. They worked with the source material. People are like, oh my god, the acting was so bad. Have you read the books? I'm like, have you? because they worked with what they had. There are some things that are tweaked, for the movie, as is with all things. But the soundtrack, though, listen, they gave us. Oh my God, I want to say decode, but it's decode. Yes, Paramore. Listen, that's all I have to say. And the baseball scene. Love that. Love every second of that movie. I literally rewatch it all the time, unironically. Full transparency. Not I feel old, thanks, Mel. Yes, 4th grade, Kay. I just, listen. I don't know what to say. My parents were just like, oh, you're reading? Because my parents, like, are not readers, like, at all. Like, you give them a book, they'll chuck it. Like, they'll throw it in the trash can. They don't know what to do with them. They don't like them. And so whenever I'd be like, can I have a book there? They were like, yes, our daughter reads. And so I would literally ask for things that were not age appropriate. And they'd be like, there you go. Like, I literally read 50 Shades of Grey when I was in 8th grade. That one was not bought, though. My mom was reading it. And I was too curious about it because she wouldn't tell me what it was about. That's the only book my mom's read. Like every other mom out there that doesn't read. They did read 50 Shades though. And I was too curious about it. So I, not so legally, allegedly, downloaded an ebook for 50 Shades and I read it when I was 13. I don't know how to vouch for myself. But also, that Wattpad, it was equally as bad. So, listen, I was corrupted at a very young age. Literally my parents, as long as she's reading, yeah? Listen. Speaking of being too young, reading stuff you don't need to, there was this book series called TTYL. Oh, I've seen people talk about this. I never really saw it growing up, though. And I was like, yo, it was like a teacher trying to get with a kid. Oh, hell no. That's not fun or fucking fresh. Not I am old too. Thanks. I was in 1st grade when Twilight came out. Reading 50 Shades in middle school was normal. Thank you, Tiara. I always feel bad saying those things because I know people are going to go like, bitch, what? So I needed somebody to just be like, right there with you, Mel. Oh, there was stuff on Wattpad I should have not been reading while okay. Listen, between Wattpad, Quotev, Instagram, like the 1D imagines, like, the ones, the One Direction imagines, if you know, you know. And Tumblr fanfiction, nothing could have stopped me. My mom literally told me to watch the 50 Shades movies when I was 13, 14. You know what? We love a good supportive parent. I read a lot of adult paranormal romance books in grades 6 to 9 and tell me what business I had doing that. Me too. I was like full on reading smut at like 14. Listen, was what it was. Allegedly. I graduated high school in 2005, guys. Y'all don't want to know when I graduated high school. Do children read children books anymore? I feel like to an extent they do. Because I know I did. But once you hit 13, or at least back in the day, I honestly would love to know how Wattpad culture is like thriving now or not. Because back then, that's all I did. That's all I read. Yes, the 1D imagines. Listen, Wattpad was my shit. Me too. Yes, Quotev. Bringing it all back. Bring back all the memories. Okay, the Tumblr. Listen, all of it. The dark Harry Styles fanfiction. Mr. Harry and Miss Bo had no business. And I ate it up. All the shitty trailers with DNA. I was living for it. Let's not even talk about it. There was actually, if you guys remember, if you were back in the day reading fanfiction, there was this Zayn 50 Shades of Grey reimagining called Cold on Wattpad. Did anybody read that? Because anytime I ask any of my friends, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, it had like 5 different books. And it was literally like Zayn was Mr. Grey. And I ate it up. I was also way too young. I had no right. Wattpad is it's thriving. Yes, thriving. I have almost 100K. Ooh, and a fanfic I made, big slay. When I was 13, I was reading my mom's Nuts and BC Andrews books. Found my old quotes of account and I still have my liked fanfics. I wish I still had my Wattpad account so that I could see all the shit I was reading back then. I read way too much. I was reading 1 to 2 books a day, people. That is unhinged behavior from me. Okay, I read way too much. Too much. Twilight's treatment of the native population. Listen, there's a lot in Twilight that we can debunk. That included. It's actually pretty wild. Twilight Unquoted was the shit. 13-year-old me read mostly smutty fanfics. Same. What's Wattpad? It was this platform. It was almost like, if you know Archive of Your Own, AO3. Similar to that, but it was an app. It was also a website. I was a Disney Channel Stars YouTube fanfic watcher. How did I not know this? Yes, straight up on Tumblr. Yes. Yes. Over here Googling every book my daughter reads because she's 8 and loves reading. I'm like, is this child appropriate? Yeah, no. And listen, with the amount of things that are set to be a specific age group that end up not being that at all, I'm like, I feel like nowadays with how tripping and wilding some of these authors are and the things they're including, I think it's good to check. Those 1D fanfic was mwah. Listen, it was everything. Tumblr ran my life. I was Tumblr famous. Yeah, I was Wattpad famous for a second there. I had my Klaus Michelson fan fiction. It was called Another Side of Him. So embarrassing. It had like 800,000 reads on Wattpad. And my mom was like, what are you writing? I'm like, nothing. So embarrassing. My fanfic reading era is the reason I can read smut in public. Okay, but listen, Preston. I was literally sitting at like family get-togethers. I'd be like, and he went down on her and he licked and licked. And I was like, nobody would ever know. Nobody needs to know. That's it. That's stop counting. So impressed that you could do 2 books a day. I don't know how I did it, but I think it was, you know, because I experienced the same thing with my Kindle, not my Kindle, but like the Kindle app with the continuous scrolling. There's something about the continuous scrolling that just made me read so fast. Still experience it to this day with the Kindle app. So maybe it was that. I don't know. I work with a girl obsessed with Twilight reading Wattpad. Okay, thank you, Tiara. Thank you. Listen, the fact that, because again, I've talked about the Coho thing before, and I'm like, marketing plays a big part into it. I have a screenshot of a bookstore. It's like an independent bookstore here in Panama. I don't even think they have like a physical location. I think they just sell through Instagram. They literally market Colleen Hoover's books as young adult. And I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that to the youth. Let's not traumatize the youth. They don't need to read that. No. Yeah, Mel was wilding back then. She still is. The real question is it YA or is it spicy but written by a woman? Listen, YA is like such a hard thing to define nowadays. Like it's all over the place. A lot of people also think YA is a genre, and I'm like, no. And I feel like that is also part of the issue with just how things are marketed all over the place. Yes, Wattpad did taught us how to read smut in public. I still blush reading those things. I literally read smut right here with you guys. Did you notice? Maybe yes, because I was freaking out because it was good. But listen, it is what it is. I was on a plane reading 50 Shades on Kindle, and then the little old lady turned to me and asked me what I was reading. So much for anonymity. Oh my god. What? And I write smut? Wait, I think there was a first part to that, but I don't know where it is. I keep continuous scrolling on the Kindle app because of my fanfic days. Yes. I had no idea there was such a thing as continuous scrolling up until Aaron, Booked and Busy, mentioned it. And I was like, you've changed my life. Aaron's changed my life in many ways, actually. Listen, her trick of having like books in several different formats so that you can pick it up regardless of like where you are or what you're doing. Genius. Especially with Libby. Super easy. Love that the most. I remember reading Akatar in like 2015, marketed as YA, and I was like, is this allowed? Apparently. Listen, I'm convinced many YA books that came out back in the day were only YA because they knew it would sell more. And Akatar is definitely one of those because it was initially adult, so Listen. Oh, the knuckle hitting the chair was not the smut. Yeah, I was. Listen, it is what it is. There's that. They got down and dirty in a blackout room, and I love that for them. So, yes. Yeah, I read Akumov when I was 13. Oh no, yeah, I read the first 3 books in 2017. That's when I first read them. I can't do the straight face and write smut. Okay, there we go. I too wrote some smut fanfics. Didn't know about the continuous scrolling either. Mind blown. It's so good. It is literally life changing. I will say I read Coho at like 11. Slammed is not a book I needed to read at 11. Isn't Slammed like actually YA though? I know she has some YA ones. I will deadpan while I'm reading the spiciest scenes, literally me. But then blush so hard when there is flirty bantering. Yes, that's me. That's literally me. Literally, hold up. This one line, I'm like, where am I going? This one line, well, interaction from 7 Days in June. 7 Days in June, narrated by Melanie Diaz. Brought to you by Grand Central Publishing. Audiobook narrator Mel. This made me blush so hard. One thing, she whispered, her lips by his jaw. She didn't want anyone to overhear. Before I forget. What's that? Stop writing about me. Only Ava could have noticed the change in his expression. She saw the flinch, the slow, satisfied curl of his lip, his bronzy amber eyes flashing. It was like he'd been waiting years to hear those words. Like the girl whose pigtails he'd been yanking during recess all year had finally shoved him back. He looked gratified. In a voice both raspy and low, and so familiar, Shane said, "You first." Tell me why. I would literally blush at that, but not at smut. I'm blushing right now. I don't know what to say. I don't know. Anyways, thank you for listening to this production from Public Central Publishing. This is your narrator. Okay, we should probably step into the last sprint, shouldn't we? I love that. It's so good. Anyways, yes, we need to sprint. Can you read to us for the rest of the sprint? Now you made me giggle. I don't giggle. It's so good. I read that with much more attitude. To me, it's just like sultry, like flirty. I don't know. I love it so much. Not I'm all red. Anyways, let us jump into the next sprint, also known as the last sprint. I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. That was our last sprint. How did everyone do? Let a girl know. Yes, the sad face, Kenzie. Indeed. That was so sad. I still have the epilogue left, but I'm almost done. So there's that. I only have that left, and then I'm done. But the chapter before the epilogue, I don't know if this will have a happy ending. I mean, it does in a way, but it's like bittersweet. Anyways, yes, how did everyone do? 73 pages of Daisy Jones and 266 pages in total tonight. Took a shower, so I didn't read for the sprint. 30 something pages. Finished 5 Survive and began the second Summer I Turned Pretty. How did you enjoy 5 Survive? I've been curious about it, but I first want to retry A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. 56 more pages of Ignite Me. I really hate Adam. 23 pages of Babel. Not I say one more sprint for the epilogue. No, I need to take my magnesium and head to bed soon. So there's that. My bedtime is near. I've been trying to respect it. So sadly, no more. Where am I? 20 pages. So fun. Read 18 pages. Was pretty much asleep, and then my Kindle fell on my face. Tell me why that's happened to me. Actually, one time I dropped it on my mouth so hard, not the actual iPad, but my phone. But with this industrial ass case, this shit hurts. Literally bruised my whole lip. That shit was swollen, and the inside was bleeding. Not a good time. Almost 50 pages of Keeper of a Night. That continuous scroll on Kindle was awesome, I'm telling you. Made it to Fates 210 in Tripping Arcadia, hoping to finish this book before Sunday. Walked my dog, did dishes, and started on dinner. Also read 20 pages. Proud of me for reading. Reading Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. 40 pages of A Court of Silver Flames, the series. Ate dinner this sprint and read a bit of Once Upon a Broken Heart. 30 pages of Legendborn in chapter 4, and I love our main character. Yes, Rio is awesome. Good Girl's Guide to Murder will keep you awake to find out what happened. See, I've already read it, and I didn't love it, but it was one of those books that I read in like the high of a readathon, back when I was like staying up and like finishing every book, that I'm like, some details are hazy. So I'm like, I probably should reread it at some point. 20 pages of Middle Game. Ate dinner and watched... Oh my god, I need to carry on with The Flight Attendant. I think I watched 2 episodes, maybe 3 episodes, and I loved it. It was so good, so intriguing. I only have the epilogue of Electric Idol left too. Hell yeah, look at us finishing books. Read another 40 pages. Just read A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. I read it faster than I usually read. Loved it. These sprints were so fun. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Read 14% of Lessons in Chemistry. The ending of sprints makes me sad. Like, yes, I know we will have more, but things get too quiet and I get to readjust. But I still love them. Yeah, no, it's always bittersweet. You read 20 pages of These Violent Delights. Read 20 pages. Next, going to read some manga. The Night is Young. I get emo about the end of sprints, but I know we will have more. Not everybody getting emo about the end of sprints. I get that I read A Good Girl's Guide to Murder and didn't love it as much as I wanted to. Yeah. Thank you for bringing back sprints. This has been for words. That just blended into a single one. I just spoke in cursive. This has been fun for my first sprint. How is it over already? Listen, sprints really do fly by. I think that when you get into like the throes of it and like the dynamics of everything, it really just like, it flies. But there's that. Yes, I thank you guys for joining. I hope that everybody had a great time, and hopefully we get to finish some books soon if you're near the end, or if you're not, then that more progress can happen. These will stay up so that you guys can rewatch them. And as always, if you want more sprints, we do them every Sunday on Patreon, and then we also do more throughout the week. We've literally been on a streak for the past week and a half, sprinting every day. So those things happen over there. In case you do want loads more and just more live shows and videos and all the things. So that's always an option. And yeah, I love you guys so much. and I will see you on the next one. Goodbye.